I'm waiting till I see literally anything from YouTube. This is why I love YouTube. It always has to be a little... bah. YouTube always has to be a little bump. To be honest, I think that streaming on YouTube is just so much of a hassle. It's so much easier to stream on Twitch, because if I want to stream on Twitch, boom, loaded, boom, streamed on Twitch. It's so easy. But then if I want to stream on YouTube, I have to go through hoops and hurdles just for it to be able to display correctly. Like, all that I just had to go through with basically making a completely new stream was because YouTube is acting up, not Twitch. Makoto, are you leering at me? What are you thinking? What are you planning to do to me? Hand bra? Emperor's thong? Gotta wait forever for my computer to load again. Give me 1 second, guys. Don't know why it does this. Well, I guess I know why I'm doing this. It's because I'm streaming on this thing. Which is why I hope that one day I'm able to get a streaming laptop. Also, maybe a bigger room. Like, I don't even know where I put my stupid phone. I put it over here before I started streaming, and now my phone's disappeared. It's not like she's going totally out of her way to avoid me. Still, we're not actually talking either. Hey,
What's
Toko.
your problem?
What, you have a question? You have a question for your classmate? Is she happy? So, I kinda asked before, but what do you like to do in your spare time? I just write. I'm serialized, so I'm always really busy. And when not writing? When I'm not writing, I'm studying. I'm not an idiot like you. I had to go and open my big mouth again. You must hate me for sure, right? No, it didn't really bother me. But I can't believe you're actually writing novels. And that people all over the world read them. So, how do you get your ideas for what you write? Is it like real life experience, or... Are you stupid? What? I told you, didn't I? I write romance novels. How could I use my real-life experiences for that? It's all from my imaginations. It's just delusions. Delusions let you fall in love as much as you want, even if you never do it in real life. Or are you saying I can't write romance novels unless you already have lots of experience in love? No, not at all. It's okay, I'm used to people making fun of me. But someday I'll show them. I'll get pretty someday and I'll show them all. This time I'm sure she hates me. Okay, since no one is watching at this very moment, I am going to temporarily turn my camera off. Just so that way I can try and find out where my phone is, because I need to know if someone tries to call me. So I'm gonna turn my camera off and I'll be right back. Okay. I wish I could destroy like half this vampire string. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to accept that my phone is missing and try to find it after the stream, because yeah, I somehow have done something that I call super misplacing something, which is when I swear up and down I put something in a specific place and it is not there, and it's also just not in that room completely. So I've what I called super misplaced it. But I'm sure I will find it. I just have to hope nothing important happens, because of course my phone decides to say, I'm out of here. My phone pulled a Sonic CD and said I'm out of here. And I just know an important message is gonna have came through on my phone, and I'm not gonna be able to see it because my phone decided to just disappear, which is funny because I literally just had my phone before I started streaming, and that's why I know I put it over here, because that was the last thing I did before I sat my butt down over here, my big butt down over here, was check to see if I had my phone. Oh. Alright, let's start. I'm feeling kind of dizzy. Alright, let's sleep.
I understand.
What?
I understand. I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
What?
Hope. This is all for hope. And that's why I have to stay. I have to stay here. My dream just now. What? So strange.
Very strange.
Huh?
What in the world?
Kyoko?
What?
What did you say?
What in the world just happened? Wishing only for those unchanging, never-ending happy days from boredom, repeating forever and ever. No abnormality as the eye can see. Life without the tiniest speck of abnormality.
If the world were like that, I'd consider that pretty damn abnormal. Good morning, everyone. It is now subject.
I came down with a fever. I couldn't quite get to sleep. And then I heard a voice. I didn't really understand. And then all of a sudden I was awake. And there was a strange person standing next to my bed wearing a mask. And they were holding a knife. And not any knife. It was the knife that we put in the drawer too. Yep, just like I thought. What is Kyoko? What's going on with Kyoko?
Hey, Makoto.
Only Hina. What's up, Hina? You had me really worried, you know. What happened to you last night? Worried?
I mean,
Yeah, right after nighttime hit, we all went to get you. We were hammering away at your doorbell, but you never answered. We thought maybe you'd been, you know. I mean, not that it actually happened. I mean, nobody here would wanna, you know. So anyway, what were you doing? I didn't feel so good, so I went to bed right away. I had no idea you guys even showed up. But why did you guys come to get me? Did something happen? Well, lots of stuff actually. I'm not sure I can really explain.
okay.
Let's go meet up with everyone else, then they can tell you all about it.
'Cause, I mean... Okay.
So is everyone waiting somewhere else or something?
That's right.
Oh yeah, we all stayed up the whole night. The whole night? I lost rock, paper, scissors, so I had to come get breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
So you got here just in time. Come on, help me carry it. Okay, sure. What in the world is going on? Some weird champery is going on. Between that dream, the knife missing, which proves the dream wasn't entirely a dream. What was that masked figure? That masked figure is the same one that I saw dead at the beginning of this chapter. And what is Kyoko doing there?
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
This is worse than being late for your wedding, the birth of your son, your own funeral, all at once. To show up now, like it's no big deal. You made us stay up all night while you slept like a baby in your bed. What? Monokuma? Wait, Monokuma! Wait, what? Huh? Monokuma?
What are you doing?
What does it look like? We're dismantling it to see what makes it tick.
Dismantling? But I mean, that's Monokuma you're messing with, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's not even phased.
Relax, there's no danger. You say that, but what is this? What are you guys doing? Seriously, what are you guys thinking? How can you say tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous?
Hey, come on.
Well, I guess I'll handle this. I'll explain to you what's going on, Makoto, cause that's how much I like you. Bakaya found this little fellow laying around. Then we tore it apart. Give me 1 second. Man, I really need to get some screws or some super glue or something. That does not explain a single thing. Just before we went to bed last night, I came to the gym to try and talk to Monokuma. I wanted to see if he had any new information about Kyoko's disappearance. And I found him here, just like normal. However, when I found him, he was no more than a regular toy. He didn't react, didn't say a word. You're saying he wasn't moving at all? I waited there until nighttime officially began, but Monokuma still laid there motionless. I gathered everyone here as soon as possible so they could take a look. Even then, he still didn't make a move. So I immediately initiated the disassembly process. One thing I discover is that he's quite a sophisticated machine. It's sleek beyond any normal remote control toy. Whoever has enough free time to invest in something like that anyway. But besides that, what I'm wondering is, why did he stop moving all of a sudden? I thought maybe he malfunctioned, but we didn't find any cause as we were taking him apart. So if he didn't break down,
in other words,
then maybe something happened to the puppeteer, the mastermind. Something unexpected. I can't imagine any other possibility. Something unexpected. They were probably so scared of Master, they ran away in terror.
could it be?
Or maybe they got sick or something. But Monokuma said his announcement this morning, right? Who was that, if not the mastermind? Oh, I'm sure that's just a recording. It's set to a timer, so it plays as necessary. That's true. He says the exact same thing every day, right?
hey,
Hey guys, I don't think now's a good time for light conversation. I just found something. Whatever it is, it's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure. A bomb? That's super bad. We need to get rid of it. Roger that. It appears the bomb has a motion sensor. Any sudden movements, and I'm sure it will go off. Motion sensors for real? I'm starting to get all shaky.
Just a second.
Hey, get it together. You're a man, aren't you? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. You are so not fine. You're all ah. Oh, I probably should have mentioned. The motion sensor is off right now. You're the world's most spineless worm in the century.
don't be mean.
Hey, come on. The century's just getting started. Don't race already. I think I'm already ready to call the race. However, just hurry up and put the bomb down. Hanging on to it's not gonna do anyone any good. I have to agree with Hina though. I mean, even if it gets worse than him, it's pretty bad. Oh, yeah. Good call. I really don't think he could answer 10 plus 10.
Well,
Maybe that's the mastermind.
Just a second.
Why did that load for so long?
hey,
Don't hung us. Did you hear a thing we just said? Huh? So that's a no. What are you, some kind of brain-dead farm animal? Sorry. You were saying since we're done dismantling Monokuma, what should we do now? And we decided to continue our offensive
It's all
assault.
clear now.
To try and uncover the mastermind's true identity, we're going to break into the headmaster's room. Really?
Naturally.
Since the mastermind appears to have stopped all activity, now's our chance, wouldn't you agree? But if the mastermind comes back while we're in there,
What?
if you're scared, you're welcome to stay here by yourself.
What the hell?
Or go live in a chicken coop with all the other chickens. You could be chicken number 6.
Such ignorance.
This is a battle, a fight to the death between us and the mastermind. We don't have time to deliberate.
But
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to kill each other or anything else. But we have a chance now.
Come on.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna run away, or are you going to fight? You're right. I'll go with you.
It's all clear now.
Okay then, we're going to break into the headmaster's room. Everyone come, everything comes down to this moment. Anything can happen, so prepare yourselves.
How about that?
I can do this, I'm a man, and I can do this. I've got the will of the entire universe on my side. I don't think you even have the will of yourself. Yep, that sounds like something you'd say.
Okay.
You know, Toko, I'm just gonna say this, Toko. You are so worried about your outward appearance and everything like that, Toko. If you showered every day, if you kept up with your hygiene, you took care of your mental state, your mental state. You wasn't always so much of a Debbie Downer. You took care of that mental state. You'd actually be very attractive and attract boys. I'm just saying. We finally reached the climax. So let's hurry up and finish it before the mastermind catches us all.
Let's go.
This is where we expose every last detail of the mastermind. Is everyone ready? Oh, I guess let me save the game just in case. It's locked, as suspected. So what are you gonna do? Is it obvious? We're gonna tear down the door off its hinges. Wait, but the rules say we've seen that the mastermind isn't watching us. Those don't matter anymore. But like Makoto said, if the mastermind shows up while we're in there,
So in other words,
then we'll just have to finish our business before that can happen.
Hey.
what?
Okay, you guys can't do this. You guys can't do this. You both were all fully on board when I was trying to say, okay, maybe this is a bad idea. But now you're all trying to back out for the same exact reason I was? Bruh, shut.
I mean,
What the heck? Okay.
actually,
Don't we have our toolkits?
oh, so then.
Oh yeah, we do have crazy diamond we can
I
use.
see.
When we left the gym, it was before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now.
It's all clear now.
Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01. That's straight up unreasonable. By myself?
Naturally.
Surely you like to have your me time once in a while, right? Well, if it's me and you, Time Master, then yeah. You know how much time it took for you to say that? 10 seconds. Take too long and I'll erase my existence from your conscience. With that, Toko ran off, loud as a herd of rabid elephants. I believe it.
Hey.
But serious though, aren't you gonna knock this? How are you gonna knock this door down? No problem is solved by running away. Find your stones and be a man. He's right. You can't move forward without avoiding danger.
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. Hey,
Nope. Maybe, but I'm still super stressed. I'm so tense, I can hardly talk. I'm so flubber. No, I'm totally Fab sauce? Gross. Where'd you come from? Wait, Genocide Jill. Where'd you come from?
You called for me and so I appeared.
Hello, hello. It's the wonderfulest, wonderfulest being, here to greet you with razor-sharp smile.
Come on.
What about the pickaxe? Where is it? I was supposed to pick an axe? No, you sleeping imbecile, the pickaxe. Seriously though, did you really forget the pickaxe?
Give it a rest.
Omega-3 fatty acids, that's what you need. Great for old memory factor. But I think we already established the memory doesn't carry over when they switch.
Not possible.
This is a level of uselessness I find difficult to tolerate.
Yes, yes.
Oh, the light bulb just went off. The light bulb just went
I
on.
see.
That's why I went to the garden, right? I was supposed to get the pickaxe. Alright, we solved one mystery. That means there's just one more mystery left. One more mystery.
Have you reached
Yep.
that certain age?
Now we need to figure out the identity of Objective X.
So,
What are you talking about? Did you already forget about what we were talking about? You're like missing out on life.
you gotta be kidding.
I'm not missing out on life. In fact, I found one in the garden. What? What did you find? Kuropus.
SOB.
Did you hear me? I said corpse. Corpse?
Yep.
That's right. I found a corpse in the garden.
What did you say?
Well then, before we enter the headmaster's room, it appears we have something else to look into.
Come on.
We're going to the garden. That's the one. That's the same thing I saw at the beginning of the chapter.
No way.
Wait, everyone's gonna blame me because the knife is there that I was supposed to have. And my character is so retarded that he's like, oh, it's not important to tell them that I lost the, that I lost the knife right now. Oh, I forgot that I should probably tell them that I lost the knife. Like, I swear, Makoto is, like, very annoying. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Bakaya, he's not completely wrong in his insults. He's just very brash.
What?
Well,
Oh, I think I see the outline of a chest and the general shape of the body. Yeah, the more I look, the more I'm sure it's a girl.
Come on.
Wait, don't. What?
Come on.
Come on, dump water on it. Oh, okay. The upper half of the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed water on it as fast as I could. I guess that took care of it. But what the hell, man? It exploded?
What did you say?
I had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would explode. And now the body... It's burnt to a crisp. That's beyond well done, man. Don't compare it to a steak. I'll never be able to eat steak again. But now that body's charred, I have really no idea. How are we gonna find out who it was? No. If we consider who's not here, it will quickly narrow down who it must be. There's only one person missing. It's Kyoko. Kyoko. Calm down, I didn't say it was Kyoko. But I mean, who else? There is one other person.
In other words,
The mastermind. What?
What the heck?
The mastermind's got charbroiled. Get serious. I agree. Normally that idea wouldn't be worth considering. But I have reason to believe it may be true. The mastermind being dead would explain that other matter, wouldn't it? Monokuma can hardly move around if the master is dead, right? But that corpse is a girl, right? That doesn't make any sense. I remember what Alter Ego said. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned this all along. According to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
What the heck?
He said the mastermind is some middle-aged dude, right? Which the corpse obviously isn't. Then couldn't that mean the mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is this the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? The ultimate despair? Huh? Murkuro Ikasawa, the 16th student at Hope's Peak.
what?
What are you talking about? The other day, Kyoko confided in me. She said there was a 16th student here in the school.
What?
I think you better tell us everything you know. Well, all Kyoko told me was...
Mukuro Ikusawa, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in the school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
It sounded like Kyoko thinks Murkuro Ikusawa is the mastermind. No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. What? I don't have any proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right.
I see.
There's another student here, and it's a female. That would match the body's characteristics. And that phrase, the ultimate is despair, it sounds super mastermindy, doesn't it?
Could it be?
Okay, so the mastermind is this girl, Murkuro. And she's a student here. And she's the ultimate despair? If she's been hiding here in the school like some teenage Bigfoot. How'd she wind up burnt to a crisp? None of this makes any sense. To just suddenly show up and then die? I think we better take a closer look at the body. Then maybe some clues will help us figure out exactly who it is.
What?
Aren't we forgetting something? You know, Toko? Oh yeah, she's totally blown up. Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her. Oh, she survived, but she's in that trance state. Oh, she survived. What happened, Master?
Stop talking.
You declared to the whole world that you declared for the whole world to hear that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen, then I don't mind breathing in carbon dioxide you exhale. That's enough for me to live.
What the heck?
This is the strangest back and forth I've ever seen.
So,
Don't worry, I don't plan on touching the body all that much. Alright, let's see, what do we see so far? Fingernails. A key. That looks like something that would go to the data room.
So,
Also, this person has both red and white fingernail polish. That kind of goes in line with Monokuma, I guess, along with that black tattoo.
What?
Yeah, this was on the ground near the body. I've never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to? So even you don't know then. Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task, huh?
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought were locked. You mean
So, in other words,
the biolab, the data center, and the headmaster's room. The biolab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorms on the second floor. It's in your hands. You know, you could just come along and go with me. Okay, so it doesn't go to the biolab. Well, I already know where it goes. Like, where else could it go? Other than the data room. Yeah, it literally looks like a key to the data room. I found out which room the key goes to. It's the data center on the 4th floor. Then we can get into the data center now.
I see.
Interesting. But why did the now deceased have that key on him? I suppose we'll have to go to the data center and find out. So when you open that door, there's not going to be another huge kaboom like before, right? You're asking that question now? Don't worry, we have Makoto.
In
What?
other words,
It's in your hands. Again? It means I trust you. That's an absolute lie. You're using me.
okay.
I literally cannot stand anybody here. You know, I thought Hina was the girl, but Hina's here. Hina, you're not the girl anymore.
What?
as I suspected.
So that's it. It's all clear now.
The body of Ikusaba, and she was the mastermind. The mastermind is dead. I don't believe that.
But
If the mastermind really is dead, that means we can finally get out of this hellhole.
how about that?
That's enough.
No, we have to check this area thoroughly first. If the mastermind is truly dead, we can leave whenever we decide to. But right now, we need to find out why the mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place. And I'm bothered about the fact the mastermind was...
Naturally.
You say that the corpse makes it plain as day. There was absolutely no doubt. The mastermind was murdered.
But
Such ignorance.
I'm telling you!
Alright, let's look around the room. A TV antenna.
how about that?
Did someone say
You know?
TV? Well, Saturday morning, Hina's here. Huh? Are you talking about me?
Okay.
Anyway, if we can watch TV, let's do it. Come on, come on, come on.
You know?
Oh, you're absolutely starved for info on the outside world, right? Alright, let me work my magic. Oh, and you'll be quantum leaping your way to the TV land before you know it. Well, do it. They're all on, but they seem to be locked. What can we... So we can't... So what? We can't do anything. Just use your fighting spirit to force your way in. What century are you from?
What?
Nope, I'm thinking about it now. This door is kind of creepy. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. What could be inside? It's locked, of course. Nope, no good. It won't even fit in the keyhole.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. Yeah, I guess you're right. As long as I have this, huh? Look at Master go. It's like a feast for the eyes. How much is a monthly membership? Choco, please shut up.
You know?
Oh. What's wrong? Good news for all your Saturday morning kiddos out there. I think I got the TV working.
What?
Oh, you guys need to cut free from regrets of the outside world. You were sitting here watching TV the whole time. They really thought they could get away with this. Huh? This is the feed coming from the surveillance camera in the modern room, isn't it? That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing? That's really weird. You're weird. You're weird in every way possible. And that's not just weird, super weird. But this TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So how is it showing the camera feed?
Well...
Did you try changing the channel? No, good idea. Let's try that.
What the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be?
No, there must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick?
Actually...
I'm not sure, but... Huh? What? 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 Been a while, you freaking bastards. Monokuma! How? You're supposed to be dead. Me dead? Don't be freaking stupid.
What?
You're acting kind of strange. Something seems different.
Of course.
Of course I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Not even. It's been like half a day at most. How are you alive again? Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see, the moment you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead. Why would I pretend to be dead? You're the ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, that's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well now.
And that's that. Well, it's almost time to cut off your past so full of hope and begin to despair at the full future ahead of you. I want you all to have way more fun in this killing game. You can't be serious. We have to keep going.
Let me out of here!
Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out. And besides, but this life isn't all bad, you know. I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in despair?
Well now.
Well, I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll get to the point now. The point?
Hey,
You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed. That TV is an essential part to your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret of some kind.
What the heck?
But I connected the antenna, so why is it only showing the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushing secret and tell you about it. The TV is absolutely without a doubt displaying the signal coming in on the antenna. But what does that mean?
what the heck? Unbelievable.
You're so stupid. Don't you get it? Fine, I'll tell you.
Kills, chills, kills!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV.
Extreme!
The killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. It doesn't matter how many times he says it, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I'd understand the deeper meaning. What? Broadcast live to the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this? It can't be. Have they taken over the airwaves somehow? The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible. That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in your crisis management system, you know that. All you need is one weird trick that I found, and hijacking airwaves is easy mode. Are you being serious right now?
Of course. Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, all those tantalizing tidbits about school's mysteries, even me luring you here right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all for my captive audience, to show them the true despair, like they never seen it before. I became the director of the despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show, the best despair entertainment. You're lying. If this was on the TV, the police and everyone would be going crazy. Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't have tried to come and rescue us.
actually,
What if they already did?
yes indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? I'm sure some people might yell at their TVs and try to warn you, but who would actually come to help you? Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally though, so whatever.
This can't be.
But to take control of all communications like that, you need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So how could these things have come this far? Well, that's a secret. There's something you all need to remember first. What?
Of course.
Yeah, duh. There's the little business of...
A body has been discovered.
Oh, no. How are we supposed to investigate a body that has been exploded? Oh my god. The body's been exploded. Oh my god. Why do I keep saying the body's been exploded? I think that's the right grammar. I don't know. My brain is having a hero moment. The body's gone. The body was incinerated in the explosion. Like, there's nothing left of the body. Sorry, I needed a fan on me. Oh, I am so sorry.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Oh? Class trial, do you mean?
It's the Monokuma
I'll leave the next Monokuma file right here. Everyone give it all you got, okay?
Heart-pounding
Okay,
excitement.
things are gonna get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for a heck of a ride.
I can't wait!
Okay, we are definitely in some trouble right now. Let me get the fan on me real quick. I'm sorry if you hear the fan. I don't understand any of this. What's Despair Entertainment, and how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. And plus, what do you say about that class trial? I turned the fan and it just keeps going off of me. Oh, I see why. Because it's slowly turning. Please stop doing that. There we go. Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial, as always. What it means at this point, we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Miyoko Isasabu was the one. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills that requirement. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead. So naturally, that body can't belong to her, so it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibility. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Whether you believe it or not, believe it. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. Myself. Anyway, we better begin. But if we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer.
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Huh?
But you just said...
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable amount of issues we need to confirm. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That's how the game works, after all. Whoa! Okay, new investigation music. The victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim has been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the actual victim was. I need to go back to the scene of the crime, the garden. Let's go. I should also investigate the Monokuma that we dismantled. That does seem familiar, vaguely. There's only 4 chickens.
Yo.
Remember how many chickens were in here? Of course, there is precisely 5. Yeah, right. So what's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short.
But
I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there was definitely 5 chickens then.
what?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
Conspiracy.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Okay, please shut up. I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. Why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it have been related to the case? A mysterious disappearing chicken. This gives me Sonic Adventure vibes. The knife. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab the same masked attacker we found here. So maybe the masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was in some kind of trance. Maybe they reacted by grabbing the knife? Give me 1 second. And then maybe if this really is Kyoko, would it really mean Kyoko was the one that attacked me? But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. Kyoko doesn't wear fingernail polish. A dog or something. Although we wouldn't have known because she always wears gloves. Only the top half of the body is wet. That's because the mask exploded, so I threw the water on the top half, right? What is this, a tarp that's dirty? The top is wet and covered in mud and grime, but the underside is completely clean. And if the body was here before then the sprinkler should have gotten it wet. Which would mean the murder must have taken place after 7:30. what did the Monokuma file didn't say anything about a time of death, right? No, the Monokuma file doesn't say anything about a time of death, which usually happens. But we do know that it took place at least after 7:30.
Serious.
When the body was found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when it was. Monokuma announced and it woke me up at 7 o'clock as usual, and I headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got there, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym, where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toko went to go get the pickaxe, and that's when she found the body. What time was it then? Yeah, she said 9 o'clock. So that means we discovered the body around 9.
You know?
That is a pretty small job. Good timing, Makoto. I wanted to talk to you. Talk about what?
So, in other words,
I'd like to hear your alibi.
in other words,
Correct. I'd like to hear where you were after nighttime began last night. Well, actually, I was sick, so I went to sleep all night. But why were you asking about that now? And what's nighttime got to do with
naturally.
it? Isn't it obvious? The murder took place after nighttime. How can you be sure of that? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro had been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I'd figured he'd be here. And I could confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body
In
here.
other words,
So the murder could have only taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden. Well, I hate to tell you this, but the murder definitely didn't take place during nighttime. Wait, Dee, are you close to the end? I don't know if I'm close to the end. I think during the last class trial, they said something about being halfway through the game, but I feel like I'm getting close to the end of the game. Like, I feel like, cause like, there's only like 7 of us still alive, like 6, 7 of us still alive. Kyoko's missing. We have to like, there's so much that's happening right now. Like, I mean, I just ended up figuring out that this is being broadcast to everyone in the world, which means my theory was correct. I thought I was figuring for a while now, with all these cameras being placed around literally everywhere, with the way Monokuma talks whenever there's a class trial, I was like, this sounds like a reality TV show. I felt like we was being recorded, and sure enough, I was right. Monokuma's been recording us. So, and broadcasting this live around the world. Which means, if no one's come to save us, are we really ever gonna get out of here? Maybe this game has a good and bad ending. Please don't let this be like a Nier Drakengard game to where it's like, oh, there's like a good ending or a bad ending, but the bad ending is canon, everyone dies. But here's one ending where it's like kinda good, but it's still bittersweet, which would probably be only the main character living at the end. So I guess Makoto. I'm starting to lose hope at this point. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's room to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. Oh, Dee. Why does everyone know the story of this game? Like, I swear, everybody knows the story of this game. Everyone comes in the stream is like, I know what happens, but I won't tell you. And I'm like, thank you for not telling me. But why does it seem like everyone has played or watched Danganronpa except me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why does everyone know? Even Dee Dee knows. Oh god. And that evil laugh, oh man. I expect nothing left from a Moogle that can dance people to death. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, Dee Dee, if you were actually Monokuma. With that dance of death, I wouldn't be surprised if we got to who the true mastermind was and it was you. I wouldn't be surprised. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
That's right.
And if the victim really is Kyoko, then the only one without an alibi. But when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well. But you never came to the door, so where precisely were you? I'm telling you the truth, I was asleep in my room. But I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so that's hardly an alibi. I know. So what now? You seem to be quite at the disadvantage here. We really are at a disadvantage. God, oh my God! If this is this has to be the last class trial. I mean, like this class trial. Stop laughing at me! Oh my god, stop laughing at me. And now it's like, I don't think Kyoko's dead. There's no way Kyoko's dead. Like, I already know it can't be Kyoko, because okay, Kyoko always wears gloves. So, there's no way Kyoko would have been able to wear fake nails under her gloves, unless girls could do that and I just don't know. You're late to the party. Apparently I am. So, and Kyoko's not the type of girl, at least in my eyes, to wear fake nails, let alone red and white nails. I don't think that's her. Even when we first got to the scene of the crime, there was no gloves being worn. So, and like I said, Kyoko's not the type of person to wear those kind of nails, so it couldn't have been Kyoko that died. But then if it wasn't Kyoko that died, who could have died? And where's Kyoko? And why was Kyoko standing over me? Oh my god, there's so many questions. All I'll say is pay attention to the body and what's on it. Listen, I am. I'm gonna solve this mystery like I solved every other one. Alright, Airhead, let's talk. I find it funny. I find it extremely funny that the two dumbest characters in this game are still alive. Hiro and Hina. Like, I am utterly surprised that the dumbest characters survived to the end. Hiro and Hina survived. Let me think. Who's left? Hiro, Hina, Toko, Bakuya, me, and Kyoko. We're the only ones left. And just so you know, I call Bakuya because, well, a stream viewer gave me the idea to give him that nickname rather than Bakuya, because someone called him Bakuya. So I call him Bakuya. So who wears the fake nails? Don't give me any hints! Don't give me any hints, Dee Dee. I want to figure... this is completely blind. Don't give me hints. I gotta figure this out. I don't want to figure this out in ahead of time. Someone else already tried to give me the hit, tried to give me the answer, and I got really mad and had to end the stream. Who wears fake nails? Nobody alive wears fake nails. Hina's the only... Hina and... There's only two girls alive, and neither of them would wear fake nails. Unless it's someone who's dead. I mean, like, what I thought about people who was I mean, the traitor's already been revealed to have been Sakura. So, and Sakura is dead. She killed herself. So maybe there's someone else that's alive? Okay, my list of people who it could possibly be. Maybe it's the 16th student. It could be the 16th student. But when I think about students that would wear fake nails that are dead, like, let me see. That's not Sayaka's style. No. Did Celeste wear fake nails? Junko definitely wore fake nails. And Chihiro was a guy. Oh man, I definitely got played like a fiddle with Chihiro. I definitely got oh god, that's a arc in my life I never want to go back to. Oh, that's an arc in my life I never want to go back to. So the only one I can expect is Junko, but Junko was killed right in front of us. I honestly can't remember if Celeste wears painted nails. But wouldn't wear painted nails. Wouldn't wear painted nails. Wouldn't. Maybe, but I don't think so. I mean, I don't know, maybe Hifumi would. I mean, Hifumi is kind of crazy. I guess Leon wasn't the traitor like I thought. I thought Leon was gonna be the traitor. I thought Leon was alive, but I guess maybe Leon truly is dead? I was already thinking about the nails, but I didn't want to say it outright. But maybe Junko's still alive. I mean, I guess it would make sense. We barely learned anything about Junko. I hope that's not true. Junko was a cutie. I hope not. The wound stopped bleeding, but the body was still wet. Byakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But how much blood was there on the body? I didn't see any on the ground.
Okay.
Wait a second. Byakuya. Why was he telling us not to touch the body? But there's something suspicious about this. This person doesn't have nails. The person in this shot doesn't have painted nails. So the person who attacked me last night and this person is not the same person.
It's all clear now.
What?
Just give up.
Alright, so I have to try and get the key from him. Yo, Byakuya, give me the key. If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it later at the class trial. Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect after all. Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then, will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see. Depending on my mood, I may go with you. Or I may not. Oh god, Bakuya, he really annoys me. The bomb! Oh yeah! Wait a second. That was a piece of the bomb! That's what I was thinking of. Wait. Could it have been the same bomb? Wait, could the same bomb that had been in the Monokuma been in the mask?
Huh?
Alright, Bakuya. Better work with me. I need to find Kyoko so I can simp for her more. No, I'm just playing. I would never. Me, simp, never. Well, Makoto simp, definitely. He is definitely guilty of simping at times, but me, never. He thinks he's cool. Okay, Bakuya definitely thinks he's cool. But he's definitely not cool. He was definitely sweating last, what is it called? Class trial, he was definitely sweating.
Let's go.
You wanted to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well. Let's go. Open the door. Looks relatively normal. A wood block decoration?
What?
I think it's probably a key. The lockers at the really traditional public bathhouse use them for lock. I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Bakuya doing something like that. Total simp. Yeah, Makoto is definitely a total simp. Like, I mean, when he was swoon over Sayaka, Sayaka knew that he was simping so hard that she was like, if I kill someone, I know Makoto will let me get away with it. I know Makoto will die for me. Like, he was definitely having a big simp moment. And you want to know something? Simping has killed so many people so far. Simping has killed, let's count it. Simping has killed Leon. It almost killed Makoto. It's killed Hifumi. It's killed Taka. I think that's all that is killed. So simping has killed 4 people. Simping led to the death of Sayaka, and simping led to the death of Celeste, whatever her real name was. Because they were the ones taking advantage of simps, and then they ended up dying from taking advantage of simps. I don't think there's anybody else that's died to simpitude. Was there anyone else that died to simpitude? Died to simp. No, he wasn't simping. Died to simp. Died to simp. Died because of taking advantage of simp. Died to taking advantage of simp. So yeah. Very unfortunate. Oh yeah, and almost died to simp. Almost died to simp. Gotta mention, almost died to simp. Chihiro? They definitely didn't die to simp. They died from anti-simp. They died due to the anti-simp. You know there's the anti-spiral? They died to the anti-simp. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Vakia doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. I mean, I guess you could say that they admired Mondo, but they definitely wasn't simping for them. Really? What? Unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure I saw something on in the dojo that might go to. Certain articles, you say? Certain articles, you say?
What? Come on.
Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely you have something more concrete, something to give us more direction. Oh, I know.
It's true.
Found it. What's in the envelope? Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it. Well, something certainly has happened, so open it. Under the sheets.
What?
That's all was there? Yeah, it looks like it. Under the sheets. What could it be? Under her sheets, you idiot! What's this? Oh! This is the paper about Mukuro Akasaba!
I see. It was a key and blank. That's it. So the blank must have been the file. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgence. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. Name Mukuro Ukusab. Sex female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, as she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later. alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she received battle training on her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. The ultimate soldier and a mercenary group. Wait a second. Something doesn't sound right here. If it wasn't. Okay, here's the thing. Here's my line of thinking. I know I'm thinking that it might have been old girl that died like literally second. I can't remember her name. What was her name? Literally, I can't remember because she barely lived. Junko. But why would they bring Junko alive just to die again? It couldn't have been Mukuro because it just said that they were a trained fighter. So if they were trained in all these weapons and everything, how could they have died like that? And I know they didn't kill my girl Kyoko. I want to give you a hint so bad just to be evil. No hints! I don't want you to give me any hints. Because if any of your hints lead me on the right direction, I'm going to be so mad because I want to figure this out on my own. I've gotten so far. I don't want to be just... Because you know how my brain works. My brain will overanalyze whatever is fed to me until I know what the truth is. I don't want that to happen. Darn my personality trait. I forgot what it was called. What was the personality type that I got from the personality test? I think it was like inventive. I can't remember what it was called. It was something. But I just can't help but analyze things. It's like one's non-fiction and the other is sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That's how I saw things as just an ordinary person, but then I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. You recognize it.
Naturally.
How about this? Fenrir has a big meaning. Well, I can figure Fenrir has a big meaning. Bakuya knows about it, which means if Bakuya knows about it, it must be important. The last time Bakuya knew something that was outside the school, it was Genocide Jack. And who was in the school? Genocide Jack. In fact, Genocide Jack is now his simp. And that's the worst kind of simp. That's the kind of simp that wants to kill you. The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have their uses, as they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I lived in. I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I heard that says that Fenrir has already...
Found it!
Whoa, I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player and a bit player... Wait. I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player and a bit player is becoming our hero. What are you talking about? What have you got in your pretty little hands there? Uh-oh. You found her profile. So what if I did?
Hey!
Don't freak out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami. She broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivores. yours, you know?
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school's headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting? It's about the writing... Oh, the music stopped. It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in the killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hall back then, there were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led you all to a little misunderstanding amongst you all. A misunderstanding, are you saying?
in other words,
That's right. There weren't actually 15 of you.
yes, indeed.
The total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16. So there was 16 from the start.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
So Mikuru definitely has to be the headmaster. Or at least they're heavily tied to Monokuma, since they're the ones writing all the rules. But sometimes Monokuma comes up with rules on the fly, which means Mukuro must be participating in the killing games, but also controlling the headmaster.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Why?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because, like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've got so many viewers now, I want to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want you to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Make sense?
Well now.
Okay, that's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get. So I have an extra bonus for you. Revenge. I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Kirigiri, so I'm gonna share a little secret with you. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in, day out, all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but she wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars she doesn't want anyone to see. What? Maybe they're a smart soldier and they're just leading Monokuma on. Or maybe this has something to do with Fenrir. A bunch of scars? Wait. The back of her hand. Wait! Maybe that is? No, that was a tattoo. No, that's a tattoo!
What? Such ignorance.
God must really have hated you to make you so dull. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? He said that there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here. Obviously, Monokuma is trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules to this game. But why would he tell us that, and why now? He said he wanted to make things clear so that there wouldn't be any complaints later. But the mere fact that he told us proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of the, 16th student. He needs to make our investigation fair. Murkuro is related to the caves?
Certainly possible.
Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko. What? That would explain why we would have a class trial. That would explain why we would have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing gang. Anyone could be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began.
What?
But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind. Wait.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit.
Hmm.
We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good point.
So, in other words...
Murkuro is giving us information that would raise questions about her... Murkuro giving us information that would raise questions about her would be bold, to say the least. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, we're bringing back side quests to our stream. I completely forgot to say that. How long have I been streaming? Alright, we're almost at the 2-hour mark. I'm bringing back side quests. And don't worry, I know you'll all enjoy these side quests. Because it's a learning game, and we're all gonna learn together. Don't worry, I won't spoil it just yet. But we will be engaging in a bit of learning for our side quests going forward. God, I hate the fact that I'm right next to the freeway. It makes more sense than to assume that Murkuro isn't the culprit. So that's the trap. They want us to suspect Murkuro and come to the wrong conclusion.
Let's go.
Well, are you coming? Let's go.
I see. Very strange. That's right.
Alright. That's an interesting key lock system. Huh. I guess that will make when I go to Japan it would be more interesting. Pancake! Yo! You're late to the stream? Murder time, fun time. You are late to the stream. Oh, God. Oh. Arrows. Duct tape with blood on it? Is something wrong?
Very strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Bakuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue to the next location. What next location? There's still something we need to look into. We need to do more research on Fenrir. You mean the mercenary group that Murkrow was a part of? But how are we supposed to do that? You idiot! We're going to the library. Yes!
Let's go.
Was playing Paladins earlier. I think I've heard of that game. Will be sleeping soon, but I thought I'd come here to chill. Well, glad to see ya. We're going to be taking a bit of a break / side quest pretty soon. A channel gimmick that I've had from the beginning, but then I kind of stopped doing it, but I've decided to bring it back because thanks to the wondrous Steam Summer Sale, I have bought not one, not two, but 3 games. And I thought I could play it from time to time on the stream, while I play it on my own at times. And don't worry, we'll all be able to learn from this. You know, you all can play along as well. You won't be able to interact with the game, but you'll be able to, you know, yell the answers from home and tell me how stupid I am. Here we go. What'd you find?
I see.
I have no idea what this says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way through high school without learning a single word of French? Because French isn't a required subject, it's an elective. Most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever. I read it to you, but I expect you to repay your debt times over. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's bad. I axed the button on my Switch card. Give me one game. Let me make sure I save. I'm sorry, I made an oopsie there. Let's just ignore that oopsie I just did. Yeah, if you ignore that oopsie, I will as well. Not only did Danganronpa die, but so did my stream, so I had to not only fix Danganronpa, but I also had to fix the stream. Well, whatever. I'll read it for you, but I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out in the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear in any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate that they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting international tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, isn't it? This is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting isn't the word I would use. So, did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. The report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting relating to that? To show that they are a member of the team, each soldier has to join the squad. Each soldier that would join the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body. I've solved the puzzle. Alright. A tattoo representing Fenrir? Didn't that dead body have a tattoo on it? Maybe that really was the 16th student. Maybe that really was the 16th student, but the 16th student wasn't the mastermind. What if that person really is the 16th student, but there's actually another person involved? I mean, Alter Ego did say that the mastermind would be like, no, they said that the headmaster would be like a 30-year-old man.
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
That's right.
Well, there's been class trials in the past where I had absolutely no idea who it was. There has been class trials where... Oh my god, it's so empty in here. We were investigating how, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto ranked high enough for you guys to go out together, just the two of you? What, are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself? Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma showed up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or what? What took you so long? Any predictions? I have no... My prediction, my honest, solid prediction. Well, Kyoko's not here, so I can't say it was Kyoko, because Kyoko's not here. I think it's gonna be me that dies. And here's the reason why. What else am I supposed to do? There's no way it could have been anyone else. Everyone else was honestly preoccupied at the time. But I couldn't have done it, so who had done it? Let's think. Okay, everyone else couldn't have done it. They were all together. They all have alibis to say they was together at the time of the crime, which was after 7:30. The crime took place after 7:30. After 7:30, everybody was together. The only person who could have been said to have been somewhere else was, what's her name? Hina. Hina is the only person who could be said to have been in a different place. So let's put Hina on the list. Hina is a possible suspect because she was away from everyone at the time. So Hina is a possible suspect. I don't think it was Kyoko. So the possible murderers are Kyoko, the 16th student, and Hina. The possible people who are dead is either Kyoko or the 16th student, and I think it's the 16th student. I would be surprised if Kyoko was the ultimate warrior. Although at a previous point in time she did say she could handle herself, so maybe. However, it should be stated that I still think that there is someone else controlling Monokuma. I think that there is another person controlling Monokuma. But in terms of who I think is going to be convicted, the 16th student isn't there. So I don't think that we're going to be reprimanding the 16th student. Or at least it will be like a trial like this, like the last one, to where we can't kill that person, so we're gonna kill someone else. I think the list of people who could possibly die in this class trial is Kyoko, and I really don't want Kyoko to die. Hina, and I don't want Hina to die. Me, because literally I'm the only one without an alibi. But I can't die because I'm the main character. But I'm just saying me because I don't have a solid alibi. But it can't be, because if I've been assuming this thing since the beginning of the game, so I'm going to tell you. I've been thinking that after I realized that Kyoko was such an important character, they seem like an important character, I've been assuming that Kyoko might, or that Makoto might die sometime through the game, and then the rest of the game would go through Kyoko's point of view, or someone else's point of view. So maybe this might be when that is happening, and maybe I might die here, and then the perspective shifts to Kyoko, or to... What's their name? The 16th student. So, that's my list of people who I think are getting murdered / guilty. Me? Well, I don't think I'm guilty, but I think I might die. I don't know. Monokuma may say, well, I can't kill anyone, so I'm gonna kill you. Or maybe I am the killer. I mean, Makoto has been having these weird flashes today. Ever since he got sick, so maybe he did something while he was absent-minded. Hina, the 16th student, or Kyoko. Those are my predictions. I'm done rambling.
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You got it backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words...
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here. Now can I? Wait, what are you talking about? Everyone is here. Wait, who's making us wait?
Hey,
Kyoko? Wait a second. Okay, so Kyoko's alive. Kyoko? Kyoko, please don't tell me you're the murderer! Although it's too easy for Kyoko to be the murderer, although they have laid easy signs before. Like, it was really easy to know that Leon killed Girl. It was really easy to see that Sakura killed herself. Could this be... Stop talking, please. Thank you, Toko. If you want to fight dueling class trial, you need to save someone for some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay? But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
Is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation said I did? What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong? You're so selfish, so spoiled. You're right, there is no penalty, officially. But I bet you'll be sorry later. No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts to the elevator. I'll be one step ahead of you. Kyoko!
Indeed.
Wait, so that means that body really isn't Kyoko. Which means it has to have been the 16th student. That thing Dee Dee said before is ringing in my head about nails. But it makes no sense, because, like, I could say that, okay, well, what if it is, girl? It couldn't be girl, because that doesn't explain the 16th student and how they're involved. Also, she's dead! Gotta agree with
Let's
Toko.
go.
But
Alright, let's go. Man, I couldn't... Oh, I can only talk to Kyoko. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? We used that key of yours to go somewhere. So...
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any more monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. So, of course, I also missed the announcement because of that.
Phew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So,
Just now. I finished my search and came back down just in time to hear the class trial announcement. It took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
however,
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting, but if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes
wrong.
to. Actually, to be precise, not
In other
quite.
words,
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. Why did my heart get heavy from hearing that? Oh my god, my heart just got super heavy from hearing that. Oh, I feel kind of sick now. Oh my god, I might have to take a... I do not feel good after hearing that. That was the one thing I did not want to hear.
just a second.
Makoto,
Okay.
it would seem
Yes, this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her.
goodbye.
What does she mean for her? I am very scared. Oh my god, I am scared. I'm actually scared. Oh my god. Oh my. Either I'm gonna die, or my favorite character's gonna die. But Kyoko wouldn't lie to me. She has an alibi. So maybe Kyoko isn't gonna die? But then who's gonna die? Someone has to die. Somebody has to die. Monokuma will not, even if it was none of us, Monokuma's not gonna let a trial go by without a death. And if that death was the 16th student, blinding light of despair. I've been waiting for this. It feels like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed. Let's get on with the show. Oh my god. A deadly riddle. A deadly defense. A deadly fate. A deadly class trial. Okay. I do feel sick, but we're gonna have to do this. I don't think I have anything new that I can use. What is this? Increases damage to the opponent when a statement is destroyed. I could definitely use that if I had something I could get rid of. I definitely want the increase to my influence gauge. I guess maybe I could take away the extra focus. I don't really, unless they just go absolutely insane for this one. Unless they go absolutely insane for this one, I shouldn't need the extra time. Time has never been a problem for me. That bullet capacity really helps me. Alright, I think I'm gonna go with this skill loadout. Let's go. I will find the truth!
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
It's almost weird not hearing from the get-go, hearing Hina saying, but we already know who did it. Because the last two trials started out with Hina yelling, but we already know who did it.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Someone please buy this guy a brain. Please, please. Let him be the killer and take him out of my life. Oh my god, how can someone be so brain dead?
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
Kyoko wears gloves, and the body didn't have gloves?
I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion.
Nope, they didn't have gloves
I'm not
when we walked in.
convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Please, shut up! Oh my god. Alright, time to prove people wrong. The tattoo on the right hand, exploded body analysis are the fake nails.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
She must have been wearing
Kyoko there
gloves.
is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
That's the thing
The
that
dead
people are
body
saying.
wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, it's
She
wrong.
wasn't wearing gloves. She wasn't wearing gloves when we got in there.
No. There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Please shut up. Please, please just shut up.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Thank you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
It really should have Bakuya.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
Please shut up, Hero.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Please, Bakuya, stop talking. I mean, not Bakuya, Hero. Let's go. Sprinklers, exploded body analysis, or the tattoo.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Scorched
And
beyond
there wasn't any
recognition.
description in the Monokuma file. Oh, if we can't identify the body,
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Oh,
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
there's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
yeah, we
And
wasn't
there
able
wasn't
to
any
identify the
description in
face.
Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body,
No, that's wrong. was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, they'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
Bruh, we've already been...
Just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
Plus, what do you mean cruel and unusual death? And what do you mean you want to see this? You've literally been seeing this for the past, I don't know how long.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog?
Oh, remember? Dog.
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Shoko, please shut up.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
If you compare to the tattoo to the other information we have, the victim's identity should become clear. What was Bakuya's account? Oh yeah, that. I guess it has to be this.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Mm-hmm. Oh god, not another one of these things! All. The wolf thing.
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. And that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right.
What?
Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
So it really was Mukuro that killed, that was dead. So I guess one of my theories on who was dead, well, it was the only other person I could think of that would be dead is Mukuro. Wait, D, what are you talking about? What are you talking about nails? I've never seen Mukuro before. How was I supposed to know anything about nails?
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool last trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
That's what I thought.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Doesn't mean that they are.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
Oh, wait.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
True.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character, which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this, no matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
A murder amongst students. So a student had to have killed another student.
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
I doubt that.
There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Monokuma has a big thing for making these class trials fair.
Seriously? Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Us two.
You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
She discovered the body around 9 o'clock.
The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around...
7:30.
Oh, yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
Alright. I would like to remind you all that there is a sprinkler system. I've been keeping this in my mind since the beginning.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
The only thing that I saw that looks like it could be a valid weak point is that 10 o'clock.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
No.
Yep, that was right.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
I never said that. You said that.
I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Please get out of this game. You are so annoying.
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
Oh god, do I have to have a battle with her? Oh god, here we go.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can you say it was...
This should prove it.
Get out of here with that! You're so annoying. I can see why Bakia hates you.
Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Saying,
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't work.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
oh no. But it couldn't have been Kyoko. Kyoko already told us that she was on the second floor.
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever, which is why I can't let that happen.
Kyoko!
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you
Alright,
actually did
Monokuma
have
might be
reason to
a
kill
simp
her.
as well.
Huh?
She did.
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all, and as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
You see that face he's making right there? You see that face right there, that dopey face that Hiro makes all the time? I hate that face with a passion. I just want you guys to like put that face, that image of that face into your retina. That I hate that face so much that Hiro is honestly my least favorite character, and I wish the game would bend to kill him. I hate how dumb this guy is.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
Huh?
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
The tarp!
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
What is Kyoko going on about?
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be? By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got...
But the underside, it was totally spotless.
It's because that side was... Since it was facing down toward... Of course it didn't get dirty!
No, what's wrong? Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
True.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yes, shut up.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage? What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
Isn't there blood in the nurse's
I
office?
know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Chicken!
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder,
There were 5 chickens.
but after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
What in the world is going on here?
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Why is she accusing me?
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
Why is she accusing me? Give me 1 second. I got something going on the stream over here. Okay, it's fine. I have to keep checking on the stream since I've had periodic glitches happening.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Disguised dead body has been added to the truth bullets. Wait, what? I got a truth bullet during a case? That's never happened before. Oh yeah, Dee, you wasn't here before. Dee, I got a story for you. So, while I was streaming this game the other day, my stream actually got taken down and I was like on a temporary ban on YouTube. I don't know if I would say it a ban, but I couldn't stream on YouTube normally. I had to go through like some weird process of starting up an event to be able to stream. And do you want to know why I got Tempa banned on YouTube? At the beginning of chapter, I think it was 4 or 3, there was a scene of our girl Hina laying in her bed in in her pajamas, but her pajamas was a little suggestive. I mean, not really suggestive, really. It was just regular pajamas. But apparently to YouTube, those pajamas was a little too spicy, so YouTube took down my stream, and I couldn't stream for a while. And after the stream, I went on YouTube to look it up, and that stream, that still of her laying on her bed in her pajamas, you know, the little shirt, and basically her laying in her shirt and underwear, completely covered up. There was no indication of anything. My stream got taken down. However, like I said, there's plenty of Let's Plays on YouTube with people having that still in the game. In fact, not even speeding past it like I tried to do. So either YouTube took down my stream, or somebody quickly was watching my stream and reported my stream. One of the two happened. I just wanted to tell you that I forgot I never told you. Yeah, my stream got taken down. Also, once again, I got a truth bullet in the middle of a case? That is, or in the middle of a trial? That's interesting.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Please shut up.
Oh.
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No.
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded. According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Yeah, I know. The knife.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
suspicious indeed.
Man, this is why. See, this is why. Okay, I have to add another thing onto Makoto's list of his negative traits. Makoto is a simp. That is a big negative on his rap sheet. But he is also a hypocrite. Isn't he? Wasn't he the one who was telling Kyoko that she needs to be truthful with him? We're friends. You need to be truthful with me about anything. And then Makoto chooses to not be truthful and tell people things, especially when it's pretty damning. The fact that, hey, the knife that was supposed to stay in my watch is now gone? Makoto, I'm gonna have to add put boring on your rap sheet, because you are a pretty boring person in your own. I'm gonna have to add simp, I'm gonna have to add hypocrite, and I'm gonna have to put dummy on there as well.
The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Well, this would have been easily proven if he would have just told everyone, hey, the knife was missing from the beginning.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it!
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
The knife we found lodged in
The
the
knife
dead
has
body.
to have been thrust into the body
It's
after the
same
coat
one
then.
we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it?
If he did have that seals it. Just because I had the knife once, that
The disguise,
automatically
because it was
makes me the
disguised,
killer?
yeah.
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
No, that's wrong.
We already said that it wasn't the stabbing that killed them.
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro.
We already decided
That
that.
should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
I'd like to introduce you to the
I got it!
Monokuma file.
The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
I remember these things.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kinda goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic-level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Did you forget that there was a bomb?
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
The Monokuma file is the only thing I have on list, and I doubt the Monokuma file is going to be it, so I gotta
Then
absorb
shall we
something
continue
probably.
the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then shall
The
we
hit on the
continue
back of the
debate?
head was interesting.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
That's the only other thing is that
explosion didn't
is
kill her
that.
for sure.
So the explosion had already happened, so it couldn't have been the explosion.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife,
Right? And then there's a...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her
The head on the back of their head might go
More than
to
that, the victim had
the other
suffered
thing.
countless wounds across her entire body.
the thing Bakuya said.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal
Injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Oh, the stupid white noise!
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Stupid white noise.
And it wasn't me. And then...
Oh yeah, that's gotta be it.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then shall we continue? The victim's
Fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Oh wait, did I already used it?
Then shall we continue? The victim's fatal.
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
I gotta copy it again.
Oh yeah, that's gotta
Be it. There was evidence.
Evidence that showed she was. And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire. Then shall we continue? The
Victim's fatal injury has yet.
There we go.
no, it's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
That is true.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
We can assume that the old wounds leads to believe more that she was the girl.
But then, what was the murder weapon? The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
Please do, Toko. I wouldn't stop you.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
Okay, you're taking it a little bit too far. I'm just joking on him.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
Do I know? Oh yeah, not the arrows.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow? That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
Are you talking about the duct tape? Probably the duct tape.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
Alright, well the only thing could be was that it was too thin.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right?
I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound too...
Well, it said the weapon must have... It seems like an arrow would just be too thin. Talking back to... You have no right!
The titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound too...
Well, it said the weapon must have... It seems like an arrow would...
No,
Sorry,
it's wrong.
no.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto? What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all. Remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I'm starting to get dizzy. The wooden block key.
The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb.
Guys, I'm kind of scared.
That key is just the final piece of the puzzle.
Give me 1 second, something's acting weird. There we go. Wait. I'm gonna restart the thing. My stream preview's acting up and I just want to make sure it's not... I really gotta figure out what's going on with OBS. Let me just change screens. Okay, is it okay, now it's doing something. It's paused for me. Blonde guy is dumb. Maybe he is. I'm sorry. On my stream preview, it's paused, so that's why I was starting to get scared. And I also have the streams paused on my thing because there's no reason to play them.
Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What? She was protecting me? So that means that person really was there and Kyoko protected me? So originally the killer was supposed to kill me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait, I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know?
What? Oh, God! Alright, what bullets do I got? When the body was found. Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Wait! How could she have put the key in her room?
Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
How could she have left the locker room in her... How could she have put it in her room if she didn't have the key?
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, What are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No! No! You have the key!
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
But wait! Something's not right here! Who would have been able to put the lock... The only person who would have been able to put the key, whoever that masked person is setting up Kyoko. Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. Could my theory that Makoto dies and Kyoko takes the torch of the main character be true? The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko, but what if that's not really true? What should I do? The victim was her and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. Wait, what lie did she tell again? Let me go back to... okay, because she had given the room key to Byakuya. I see, so that's what you mean. And if I had the key to your room, then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I could not have possibly put the locker key. Oh! That's the lie she told. That's why only I would know. She has a device to get into any room in the school, which means she would have been able to easily get into her room. But only we know that. The mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Pursue the lie, let it go, or run away. I don't know what running away goes, so let's just look at the two options I have. Pursue the lie and expose Kyoko, or let it go. If I let it go, then that means I'm gonna die. If I pursue it, then she's gonna die. But if Kyoko dies, I think that's a bad ending. I think if Kyoko dies, that has to be a bad ending. Who else could figure out the secrets of the school other than Kyoko? She has the device on her. And if Monokuma doesn't take it off of her, it's gonna die with her. I think I need to let it go and die. I have to believe in Kyoko.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
What? It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
Monokuma, you ass! I know what's happening here. That's the reason why he stopped it.
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Wait. If I'm not able to truly get everybody to... Makoto really is gonna die. Which means... Damn it, man. I joke on Makoto all the time. I talk about him being an idiot. But he's really gonna die? What the fuck? Maybe this is a bad ending. Maybe I made the wrong decision. Maybe I really did make the wrong decision. I mean, the theme of the game is despair, so maybe I should have despaired and ratted Kyoko out. Oh my god. Maybe I should have ran away. Oh my god. Why are you giving me medals? I'm dead.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Okay, every other time that I've messed up, it gave me a chance to restart. But this time, it didn't. The game is still going, which means either one of two choices, two things. I made the right choice, or this is a bad ending. You think I'm the killer?
Sorry.
Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it. Good job. They got it right. No, that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense. It's the same as always. It's just like the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Chills, kill!
Wait, why do I...
I
Kyoko!
don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko!
Let's give it everything
Wait a
we've
second!
got.
This is all moving too
It's
fast!
punishment time!
What in the world? Every other punishment, there was like a time to wait! There was like a time where everybody like explained everything. What? What? Alter ego! Alter ego! Wait, what was that? I didn't die? Alter ego!
This is...
They're not dead! Yes! I knew Alter Ego couldn't have been gone! Oh my god! Yes, I was thinking that they had to have like uploaded a piece of themselves to the mainframe or whatever it was. Yes! Oh my god! I really thought Makoto was actually gonna die. Oh my god! Oh my god!
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. Damn straight, Kyoko. You miscalculated from the very beginning.
In other words...
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna hear from him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, it's even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of this? What the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words...
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. It's like the school stands over the center of the entire world. Wait a second! Hope's Peak Academy? Wait! It brings...
This is the beginning of the game. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student can enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing at the gates of the ultimate school field, this is the beginning of the game again. Where am I? My body felt heavy. It would be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I ever seen before. What the heck is going on? Whoa. No, this isn't a dream. What an awful smell. Trash piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. I was going to be stuck here till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remember all too well what happened. Alter ego. Okay, you know what? Alter ego. That is the one face that I am glad to have seen. Like right there, that face, even to me, just a player, that face gives me hope. Oh my god, like seeing that face right there, that literally saved me. Like, oh my god. I can't give up now. Alright, so I gotta find a way out of here. A rocket and a tank. Wait a second. Wasn't that from the beginning of the game? An airplane? It's locked. Oh, dang. I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. Use that determination! Go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left. After not being able to eat or drink, I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day has passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Trash? Wait, I think I might know what have happened. What if what if they caught on to what he said in that about the trash chute? Kyoko sent the key down here through trash, so that in that way I can get out of here with the device. I'm investigating this trash.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Wait. Kyoko?
It smells awful.
Kyoko? I thought she was gonna send the key down here. She sent herself down here?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So,
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You got a bit of garbage in your hair.
hey,
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you. Ugh, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not! I'm still alive, so I'm not giving up. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not a bad thing to be good at. Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
so...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope Speak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason to coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did. Once. Once? Until recently, I've forgotten what it was. You forgot, but that's... Then it really was true. You lost your memory. Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived in this school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too. And when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. And at that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school. And I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all of that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seemed much too convenient. Are you saying you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
It could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if you say, but what if you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, we would have all worked as one. If I did that, we all were, oh my god, can I talk? If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always been a chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
Correct.
What? Well, don't make it too big of a deal about it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind? One of us? If she believes that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Why is he having that dream now?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you to help the right way. So I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was able to finally recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known for me. I'm the ultimate detective. What? Oh, well, that actually makes a lot of sense. The ultimate detective? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because you think about it, in the entire game, she's been acting like a detective. She has no problem with like Carl with dealing with dead bodies. She has extreme intuition. She's pretty damn smart. I was supposed to have my side quest a long time ago, but I still haven't. But I'm enjoying the game, so I'm not. The ultimate detective.
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy was someone I had to find here in the school.
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What? Okay, that I did not expect. I am so serious, I did not expect that. Wait, Kyoko's father is the headmaster?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad? Is that? Like, Kyoko being a detective, I figured that. Because of how well she handled bodies, how well she handled blood, how well she was able to hide her emotions, everything like that. I was like, she probably was a detective. But this I did not expect completely. Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
what?
No matter what it takes. My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It made perfect sense now. Of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However,
But listen, Makoto. I want to make things perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I've seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers were dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's the layout of the entirety of Hope Speak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile in that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for facility use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And when I finally remembered. That's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room in there.
However,
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, was that it, like, that's part of the school, I mean? It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized, whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than I ever imagined. What do you mean? I can't explain it. You need to go see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get a chance to soon enough.
however,
Of course, once I got to the second floor of the dorms, there were no cameras or monitors, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, right?
however,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I didn't know, and I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
anyway,
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. To get you killed.
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope Speak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulation.
hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. Was that there was a point where Mukuro may not have been a victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases, just like this.
Anyway,
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow across the corridor. I gave chase, started away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room, and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
that wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's what's really bad. Well, that's really bad if it's true. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but does that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't intervene, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed a class trial to kill me, but it seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's true identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair?
Indeed.
The ultimate despair seems to
That's right.
Whatever happened a year ago, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. The person who caused the tragedy is the ultimate despair. That detestable group whose only purpose is purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then there, make no mistake, they're the root of all evil that has forced us to go through this. Got through a class trial with no deaths! The Dream Island Rocket. Well, that means one thing. I chose the right answer. I was right. I was completely right to not rat out Kyoko. That means that probably ratting out Kyoko would have ended in a bad ending of some sort. So, the ultimate despair is a group of people. The same people who put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most That's the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room.
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolute vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. It can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Hey Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Yes, it opened.
Indeed.
Now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good to me. Chapter 6. The ultimate pain, the ultimate suffering, the ultimate despair, the ultimate execution, ultimate death. We are really the last. Oh my god, it's really us. Oh my god. That means as long as another death doesn't happen, this is the group of people walking out of here. As long as another death doesn't happen, we, all of us, all 6 of us, are walking out of here alive. As long as nobody dies. Wait a second, I think I know where this ladder leads.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then your family's famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even amongst detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? How come? Is it like your family's tradition, right? So, because we take pride in it.
Indeed.
Pride. A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That's just how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious effort. Just so you guys know. Alright, good night, dude. Alright, see ya. Just so you guys know, everyone who is still watching, I will be ending the stream pretty soon. Probably once I reconvene with the rest of the group, if that happens. That's going to be when I end the stream. I'll play for a little bit longer, but I'm going to be ending the stream, but I will be continuing tomorrow, or later today, I guess, really, Saturday, which is today for me, really. I will be playing more Danganronpa, and then Sunday, I should be having if you're lucky, 2 streams, if you're unlucky, 1 stream, where I'm going to be playing Stardew Valley with friends again. If it actually happens. I hope it does. And the second stream will be more Danganronpa if I haven't beaten it by then. I can only think that there would be one more chapter. I would think that chapter 6 has to be it, unless there's even more after this. I feel like I'm coming up on the end of the game, considering that I could have had a bad ending right there. Or at least I assume it would have been a bad ending if the game let me choose to rat her out truly. So, if I don't beat the game tomorrow, I'll stream again on Sunday after I do the Stardew Valley stream, and finally beat Danganronpa 1. And then after I beat that, starting next week, we can start Danganronpa 2.
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do whatever we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Before I came here, I was looking up information about the school online, and I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something
a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire in reconnecting with my father. Huh?
Wrong. However,
What is it?
I...
What it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future, but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. I was young, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that was true, I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that, compared to her usual self, she was more talkative. And more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true. There's one thing. One thing I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of the family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of this shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgotten about me all those years ago. Like your family. Just to come out like that?
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood. Nothing more. Are we connected by the heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
The other side of the door. Hope's Peak is waiting for us.
That's right.
Wherever the hatch on the ground is. Oh, so that's where that makes sense, since the trash is down here. That it would be under the trash room, and that's the hatch. But isn't the latch on the top? I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. That's good.
We're back in Hope's Peak. I don't know if that's good. Kyoko, thank you. I would have never gotten out of there without you. No thanks is necessary. I was just returning the favor. Me neither. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of
So
course. Then let's just get a concrete answer.
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However,
if we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What do you think is going to happen? What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared? You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was. If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go directly to him before he tracks us down. That should help us with our negotiation. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Alright, let's go. Alright, you guys ready for Hiro to call me a ghost? Because Hiro's definitely going to call me a ghost. I hate the fact that I'm getting into this game because now I don't want to stop. Because I keep saying, man, I'm gonna stop this game now, and then I keep playing, and then I'm like, I'm gonna stop now, and then I keep playing. It's too fun. I love this game.
Well now.
Kyoko, I don't mind so much, but Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly what I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You're supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you? So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko, do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However...
But before you do, let me say one thing. If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that it matters to you, right? Huh? I lose? You, explain yourself. What do you mean by that? Well, you set up the last class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted to execute. Good, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
In other words...
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened, and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
However...
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came clashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person will protect another like that.
Right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However...
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. an entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, into your precious execution machinery. Alter ego, my boy! You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come out to our aid even after you killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Murkuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rule, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened explodes, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And you can prove this, right?
Yeah.
No, I can't. What's with this? A comedy routine? To make such a bold claims without a shred of
That
evidence?
doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now. But with a little more time, I can guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
What's that supposed to... And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince. If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we were just making it all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you killed Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what's this advice of yours?
It's true.
Do Murkuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a good God, I can't talk. Fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, this will be our last chance to expose the identity of Murkuro's killer. Of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept that challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Very.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for bear jokes. Now, what you suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a
in
climax.
other words,
Does that mean you'll accept?
Guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Well, your hope went out. I will my despair claim victory.
I can barely contain myself!
He agreed? Then we still have a shot at this. But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just killing the killer isn't barely fitting end.
Guys!
So for the final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries. That's right, every last mystery that's pawning around the school. If you can do that,
Barely contain
then that'll be enough to colloquially as victory for you.
It's
What?
true.
Then that's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well good. Then let's spare it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Murkuro's death and solve the mystery of the school, then you win. But if you can't do all that, we all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair?
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember, for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And that is a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious. I said it before, and it bears repeating. Everything is based off school regulations, and having a trial for Murkuro is no exception to that. So that means a student did kill them. Huh? It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough poems. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and then the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go all quiet all of a sudden? I'm not done talking. I got nothing I'm done talking. I got nothing else to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting ready. A super duper extra punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you. Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is just ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal, but honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand a chance to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept, huh?
because
It's because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So, when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
It wasn't there. Oh my god, can I talk? I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that. And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason.
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. of us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
It would seem...
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
In other words...
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other, and to show that off to the world. But why? To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point. The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
That's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that and try to prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motive comes from despair. But is that really the only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet that's the same motivation. The same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness.
In other words,
because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least...
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
Indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a class trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when the fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope. They had to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
it would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations. But all of it was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge. Well, it's only thanks to you that we got the chance, because you believed in me. And another path opened. Still, I can't believe how much the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, I thought I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiations persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I had shown my uneasiness, that would have made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, that's probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't just relax yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this
Correct.
time. Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True. But now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible?
anyway,
right now we have to find the others.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Alright, Dee Dee, I believe you're the only one watching, so I'll leave it up to you, Dee Dee, if you're still watching. Do you want me to keep streaming, or do you want me to call it a night? I'll leave it up to you, Dee Dee, if you're still watching. Over there with your cackling. I definitely know you're over there cackling or something. If I had to guess where they are, they would probably be in the dining hall as normal. Monokuma! You again? Oh my god, what in the world is going on? Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability has reached its limit. What the heck was that?
However,
Is that Makoto?
Ah, the team, the group. Oh my god.
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost,
I told you,
right?
I told you, I said it, I said it, I said it. I was like, I'm ready to be able to, I'm ready to hear Hero call me a ghost. I told you Hero's gonna call me a ghost.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like wet dog. Yeah. Well, what a way to ruin the mood.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. The last class
In
trial?
other words,
We're going to redo Mokuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course, it's not me either. It's not me or any of you. Then, who is it?
See.
What she's saying is, it was the work of the mastermind. What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
That's right. It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap? Did you, Makoto? You made it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules, which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain leverage you needed, didn't you?
Correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the very end of the trial. When you said, now is the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again, later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mokuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh no!
I hate
Hey,
you.
who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine with living here forever with the Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. Anyway, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I say. But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mokuro and all the school regulation mysteries. It's all a pretty tall freaking order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll be able to solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought so too, at first, until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is fairly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So in other words...
If the mastermind is truly the one who killed Mokuro, as Kyoko said, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mokuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
In other words...
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Which means... one of the students had to have been one of the 15. Or one of the 15. One of these people is the mastermind. I don't think it's anyone that's alive. It would be pretty anticlimactic if it was somebody who's already alive. Also, it wouldn't make much sense. So it had to have been someone who's dead. One of these people is the mastermind. And I know who it is. It's Junko! Who else could it be? Okay, here's the reason why I think it's Junko. Alright, here's the reason. The backstory of every other character was revealed. Everybody had, like, been fleshed out in a way before their death, except Junko. Junko's the only person who we didn't learn anything about. We learned about Mondo, we learned about Sayaka, we learned about Hina, we've learned about Celeste, we learned about Bakuya, we learned about Leon, we learned about Sakura, we learned about Toko, we learned about Hifumi, we learned about Chihiro, we learned about Iro. Well, we haven't really learned too much about the people who's alive, but we've been with them the longest. Also, I'm surprised I remember everyone's name. The only person who was the least developed was Junko. And also, let's keep in mind that Junko is the only person to have been murdered in a different way from everyone else. Murdered by Monokuma. And if you realize, if you think about it, when Sakura went up against Monokuma, Monokuma was talking about, I can't get revenge. But why would he not be able to get revenge for someone breaking the rules when he did against Junko, he literally impaled her with spears? I don't know how Junko survived. But Junko is the only one who makes sense in terms of narratively. Narratively, Junko's the only one who makes sense. If I had to go, if it can't be Junko because we saw her dead body and everything, and it's someone else, my theory goes back to Leon. I'm sorry, he's the only other person I could say. Well, really, it would go down to anybody who was executed, I guess to say. So, anyone who was executed. So Leon, Mondo, and Celeste. Those were the only ones who were executed. Yeah, those were only... Wow, only 3 people were executed. So many people have died, but only 3 were executed. Okay, actually, think about this. So many people have died so far, but Monokuma himself has only killed 4 of them. Alright. So like I said, my theory on who it is either Junko, basically everyone killed by Monokuma. Junko, Leon, Mondo, or Celeste. My main theory is Junko.
That's right.
And one of those 16 people we started out with, and of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue? Or do I need to get it? Or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say that for sure yet. Monokuma might have just said that to confirm confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly possible, but only one amongst many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility, and that's one possibility we can't ignore. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was in activity?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but
I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up with the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there was no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
So I did get the true ending.
So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Hmm?
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. We need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, only on the Togami blood flowing within my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Well then. He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee. Okay, goodbye. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
just a second.
Wait, how come?
What's that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spear power to figure out the mastermind's identity. What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing. I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know,
I mean,
but up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been there, I would have died. Makoto. That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've been mostly useless.
okay.
So I figured, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later.
Indeed.
So you're gonna go off on your own too, right,
However-
Kyoko? Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So,
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigations doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found.
so then,
Well, I better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to
Correct.
check. Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all places we couldn't go before.
Makoto,
Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth, by any means necessary. I have to prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll explain the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. And then we can all escape together. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim has been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. And they had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered up with other wounds, but these were several days old. The headmaster's room, the biolab, and a door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and there's the second floor of the dorms where the gates were down before. That should be open right now. After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Alright, that's where I'm saving the game. We are done for today. A lot has been learned tonight. We are now in the final stretch of the game. Literally the final stretch. All we have is just one investigation and then one trial. The final trial. Next session, next gaming session, it's all over. Tomorrow, we end this game. Tomorrow night, we end Danganronpa 1. We are going to figure out who it is. Like I said, my theory is Junko. Junko is the killer. Or Junko is the mastermind. But if it's not Junko, it's one of the ones that Monokuma himself murdered. I hope you guys have a fantastic day or night, depending on where you are in the world. I will be back for sure tomorrow. We are going to end this, so be ready. All right, everyone. I'll see you. Peace.